we come out, it'll be a regular session meeting. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I think that Dr. Manker has set it up so they can go in the waiting room of closed
And
session.
come
In
out.
case y'all want to ask them any questions, we could call
Oh.
them in.
Yes.
I want to know if they're any relation to Bowman Body.
No.
Okay, guys, I'm setting up the meeting. We are starting to begin the streaming process. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
You. I'd like to welcome everyone this evening and introduce our member of our team, Miss Molly Bess. She'll be our clerk this evening. I would also like to call the meeting to order, and we'll have a roll call, please.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham. Councilor Pelham. Okay, Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion to go into closed session. According to move to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code. Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me? All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code, section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the recruitment and appointment of city clerk, and to consider prospective candidates for appointment to various boards and commissions, A39, to discuss and consider information related to economic development, including A5, a prospective new business where no previous announcement has been made, an existing business interest in expanding its facilities in the city, A6, to discuss and consider the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining or negotiating strategy of the city, adversely affecting the financial interest of the city. A6 and 7, to consult with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters and actual litigation requiring the provisions of legal advice, and where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's interest. And to the extent these discussions will be aided thereby, A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals in personal matters not related to public business.
Second.
The motion's been made by Councilor Denton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. Can I roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Councilor Pelham. Mayor Randolph, the voting is complete.
Bennett. Mayor Bennett.
Mayor Bennett, I'm sorry, what'd I say?
Okay, Randolph.
Sorry. Sorry.
No. Okay. Thank you. I will meet everyone in council in closed session, and we'll call those in. Okay. Mr. Altman, are you coming in with us?
if you want Mr. Dane and I to come in at first, we can certainly do that.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Am
Miss
I?
Pelham, Miss Pelham, this is the regular meeting. They have already went into the closed session. Miss Pelham, can you hear me?
Cassetta.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you. So I thought it says regular meeting. Okay. Okay. Let me go find it. Closed session is under your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I get that confused. Okay. IT. That's not it. Inbox.
So you're streaming, Miss Pelham.
I am.
Yes, ma'am. The regular meeting is still open for
Okay.
people
I'm
to come
sorry.
in. Yeah.
All right. Let me hang up then for me. Okay. Okay. If you can.
I don't know what the insurance, this kind of, you know, and it depends on, you know, is it D&O insurance? I simply don't have any information to sort of weigh in on that question. Decisions, right? Make decisions in a special or not make it to either the
I think I'm just waiting on Counselor Gore to pop on in. Okay, I see her. Right. We have everyone back on. So, Bess, are you there? Yes. Okay. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
I move that we come out of closed session.
Second,
The motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
yes.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Pelham.
Her mic's not working. Let me see.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. You have 7 yeses.
Thank you, Ms. Bess.
You're welcome.
Can you please certify? Read the certification?
Yes. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meetings.
Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
You have a vote of 7-0, Mayor Bennett.
Is there a motion to appoint Jean Langford to the Historic Preservation Committee?
I make a motion to appoint Jeannie Langford to the Historic Preservation Committee.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Roll call, please.
Mayor Denton,
And
Counselor Randolph,
yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Thank you. You have a vote of 7-0, Mayor
Okay.
Bennett.
Thank you. Is there a motion to appoint Miss Erica Hirsch Jenkins to the Recreation Commission?
So moved.
Second,
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
You have a vote of 7-0, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you. Is there a motion to appoint Mr. Paul Reynolds to the Planning Commission?
So moved.
Second.
The motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Parton. Roll call. Vice Mayor Parton?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Abstain.
You have a vote of 7-0, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you. Ms.
Abstain. I didn't say yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You said no. I am so sorry. You have a vote, let me
No.
correct that, of 6-0.
You abstained?
That's what I said.
You can't abstain.
Well, I'd be silent.
I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. I'd like to welcome our visitors, and I would like to call the meeting to order. I'll have the prayer by Mr. Charlie Dane. Excuse me. Is there a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here.
Thank you. You have 7-0, Mayor Bennett.
You. We'll start off with a prayer by Mr. Charles Dane and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Counselor Gore.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, first and foremost, we thank you for all the blessings you bestowed upon us individually and as a community. We know that everything flows from you, all your blessings, all your grace. Lord, we ask that you wrap this community with a hedge of protection as we continue to ramp up the availability of vaccines and get more of our citizens protected from the coronavirus. Lord, we ask that you continue to guide this community, its employees, its elected officials, its public safety officials. We ask that you guide all of us so that what we do is bright and shining in your will and in your view, in your eyes. We ask all this through your Son and Savior, Jesus Christ.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Second. Discussion? I don't see any hands raised. Counselor Holloway, do you have anything for discussion?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor- thank you. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham.
You, can you repeat what we're voting on?
Motion to adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. You have a vote of 6-0, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Bess. Scroll down. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
The motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. If I heard correctly. Any discussion? All right, those are dialed in. Counselor Holloway, do you have anything for discussion? All right.
No.
Thank you. All right, roll call, please.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
You have a vote of 7-0, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you, Ms. Bess. We're going to move down to unfinished business.
Yes. Mayor Bennett,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider the motion that was passed at the last regular meeting concerning HRHA rezoning.
Second. There's a motion been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Mayor Bennett. Are there any hands for discussion?
Will you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to reconsider the past HRA rezoning vote.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Is this a motion, this is just the motion to reconsider and then it will be a separate vote in and of itself. Is that correct, Ms. Robinson?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes, yes, Ms. Robinson.
yes. May I answer the question?
Yes, Ms. Robinson.
You're correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other hands for discussion. Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph, Counselor Randolph,
Yes, sorry.
that's okay. Counselor Holloway,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
No.
You have 6 voting for and 2 against Mayor Denton.
5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Bennett, sorry.
No, thank you. Okay, so the motion carries.
All right, can I make the motion that was made at the last meeting? The motion to approve HRHA's rezoning request, Highland Park R3 and B3 to R4, identified as subparcel numbers 042-0095 and 042-0195 and 042-0252 with proffered conditions from the letter dated December the 14th, 2020.
Second.
The motion has been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Are there any hands for discussion? Those that have called in? Oh, Counselor Gore?
Yes, the only question, well, never mind, I can't ask it because it's not pertaining to the motion. Well, yes, I can. Will we be discussing this project at the special meeting that's been called? I think it's on the 12th or the 11th.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Tomorrow.
that's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll just say in the future, can we get polled on that? Because I didn't recall seeing a poll if we would be free. So it's tomorrow. I'll be there. That's what, yeah, in the future, just poll for our availability. But can I just get clarification if we're gonna be talking about that tomorrow?
If, depends on how the vote is, goes, if it carries.
I can answer that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
It is part of the proposed agenda for an update on the project. So obviously tonight's vote would depend on what that update looked like regarding the number of units that would be discussed, but it is part of tomorrow night's agenda.
Okay, thank you.
And Counselor Gore, I believe this was on the consent agenda that we approved for the joint meeting.
Madam Mayor, we
Yeah.
actually had it as an action item on a previous council meeting to set the date.
The date, that's right.
We
It
have
was
so
hard.
much going on. It's so hard to keep up. I said it was consent and we actually made a motion. Okay. Are there any other?
Those, thank you. Nope, that was it.
Thank you. All right, roll call, please.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
No.
Madam Mayor, you have 4 yes and 3 no.
Thank you. Motion carries. Moving down to the reports of boards and commissions, R1.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have with us this evening Jennifer Tunstall from District 19, who has a presentation for you. So if we could get to the agenda packet, or I don't know if Ms. Tunstall wants to has the ability to share her screen.
Hi, good evening. I do have the PowerPoint, so I'm not sure if it will be better for me to share my screen or someone there will present it.
Oh, shoot.
Ms. Jennifer, if you can go
Hi.
ahead and share your screen, that would be best.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Bennett and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Tunstall, and I'm the Executive Director of District 19 Community Services Board. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having me here this evening. I just wanted to provide an update on District 19 services for those who are not familiar with District 19 services, and provide some informational items for City Council tonight. For those of you who are not familiar with District 19, we are a multi-jurisdictional, community-based organization. And our mission is to improve the quality and productivity of the lives of individuals who experience or who are at risk of experiencing mental health or substance abuse issues. We are licensed by the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. And we provide, again, mental health, intellectual and developmental disability substance use and prevention services. And we serve 9 localities, serving the cities of Colonial Heights, Emporia, Hopewell, and Petersburg, and the counties of Dinwiddie, Greensville, Prince George, Surrey, and Sussex. We do have a volunteer board of directors that provides oversight to District 19, and I have listed the board members on your screen here. Our board representatives for Hopewell include Shamika Lewis and Ray Spicer, who unfortunately somehow got deleted off the screen, but I will add back Mr. Spicer is very much part of our board. District 19 does offer behavioral health services as well as emergency services for people in crisis, early intervention services for young children, and prevention services to reduce risk and promote wellness. In FY20, we provided direct services to 4,722 individuals. Our divisions include adult services, which in FY20 included mental health case management, psychosocial rehabilitation, substance use services, the iWork program, psychiatric and nursing services, transitional living, supportive housing, intellectual and developmental disability services, and our PACT program, which is Program for Assertive Community Treatment. Our child and adolescent services in FY20 included school-based therapy, juvenile corrections, prevention, mental health case management, intellectual and developmental disability case management, court services, and early intervention. Our community integration and crisis service division includes emergency services, which is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, same-day access, crisis intervention teams, crisis assessment centers, and mental health outpatient therapy. We did create a new division that includes developmental disability services. And so our adult and children's intellectual and developmental disability case management services, as well as prevention, have been pulled out from our children and adult division and has moved into this newly created division. As I stated earlier, our FY20 individuals served, you can see a breakdown of the different divisions that I just mentioned and how those individuals were served in FY20 at District 19. We have a large portion, obviously, that is emergency and ancillary, followed by mental health, and then substance use and intellectual and developmental disability services. This chart gives you an overview of all the 9 localities that we serve and how many of those individuals were served within that each locality of the total individuals served in FY20. This slide shows you a summary of services provided by month for individuals residing in Hopewell for FY20. So this is broken down by disability as well. So for mental health services, you will see a total of the count, 134 adults and 42 children. For developmental disability services, 31 adults and 77 children. For substance use disorder services, 129 adults, 7 children or adolescents. And then for our emergency and ancillary services, 305 adults were served and 99 children for the Hopewell location. And then this last slide in this section gives you the summary of all services provided by month to individuals residing in Hopewell for FY20. I did want to highlight our community and crisis services since we do have a crisis assessment center in the Hopewell location. And so our crisis assessment center was created to provide an assessment site for law enforcement to use as an alternative to incarceration as a service point. The Crisis Assessment Center, which is abbreviated as CAC, provides on-site emergency services by individual clinical staff who can determine the needs of the individuals. And they also accept the transfer of emergency custody orders. And this allows better access to treatment and an access point for options such as temporary detention orders, crisis stabilization, detox, and other community-based services. Of course, in March 2020, the Crisis Assessment Center did have to revise its operations to account for staff and consumer safety in the face of the COVID-19 crisis. So our CAC staff began completing all assessments via telehealth. The CAC officers respond directly to the ERs when law enforcement transports an ECO to the emergency room. And callers who do not meet criteria for a pre-screening are referred to other D19 programs. So despite the pandemic, the CACs continue to provide service to the District 19 catchment area 7 days a week. And then this slide just gives you a breakdown for FY20 of law enforcement referrals to the Crisis Assessment Centers. District 19 finances its work through a combination of public and private sector funding. Funding comes from federal, state, and local entities. We do serve a volume of individuals that are uninsured, and most of our service revenue comes primarily from Medicaid, but we do have other funding sources. We did begin accepting some commercial insurances back in February of 2019. So this slide gives you a breakdown of our funding sources. And as you will see, fees is our largest revenue from Medicaid. There is the local funding match requirement based on the Code of Virginia, establishing that localities do have to provide local funding for Community Services Board. And so as of FY21, the state fund contribution to District 19 was a little over $8.5 million. And so the FY21 local match fund requirements for the 9 localities combined was $900,243. Again, the state funding contribution is based on what is known currently, as this amount can change throughout the year when the state allocates additional funds for specific purposes. Our local match request for FY22 is going to be level funding. Due to the CARES Act funding and other streaming funds that we have due to COVID-19, there's still a lot of unknowns. And so we are just requesting that all 9 localities provide the same amount of funding for FY22 as was allocated in FY21. And those funding requests have already been sent separately to the correct local officials. I did want to ask Terrell Stewart, who is our Director of the Community and Crisis Division, to discuss a very important initiative that does impact all 9 localities that District 19 serves, and this is regarding the Marcus Alert. So I would like to ask Terrell Stewart if she can go over the remaining slides regarding the Marcus Alert for this presentation. Terrell?
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening, all who are present. You might ask, what is the Marcus Alert? The Marcus Alert is the Mental Health Awareness and Response Community Understanding Services System. It was named for an individual named Marcus David Peters, who was shot and killed in Richmond in 2018 while he was having a behavioral health crisis. The Marcus Alert is set to set a series of protocols that are going to divert to the behavioral health system or have specialized law enforcement responses. The whole goal is to include protocols to divert from 911 to a crisis call center, to have MOUs for law enforcement to back up a crisis response when needed, and to have best practices in place for law enforcement when they do respond. Next, this alert is set to reform our governmental responses to Virginians who are having a crisis. Also, they would like to have a set of procedures in place all across the state of Virginia regarding response teams and make sure when individuals do respond, we have a no force first approach to behavioral health crisis. This alert system is included in the STEP Virginia Crisis Continuum build out, and it is going to include a crisis call center. This center will triage calls from 911 or law enforcement and determine whether or not we need a full law enforcement response. If there is an active rescue or it is reported that the individual may have a weapon or there are weapons in the home, they will call law enforcement to join mobile crisis. We must note that if it's an active rescue, that they will send law enforcement with or without the mobile crisis team being on scene. The overall goals of this initiative is to make sure that we have comprehensive crisis framework responses to behavioral health crisis. This is going to be based on national best practices. Also, we want to be able to support all Virginians, no matter where they live, no matter their race or ethnicity, to make sure they have timely services and in a least restrictive environment. This will decrease our reliance on law enforcement as the first response to behavioral health crisis. We also want to ensure that Virginians who have special needs or disabilities, that they have the right accommodations and are treated in a safe manner with compassion and have trauma-informed responses when law enforcement does have to respond as well. There is a timeline in place between now and July 2021. We are planning for this initiative and waiting on our state protocols to determine how each area will start to the groundwork to roll out this initiative. There are 5 areas that have already been taxed with being the first areas of the state to roll out Marcus Alert. I must note that D19 was not selected as an initial area to implement this initiative. By July 2022, all localities in Virginia are expected to be covered by the Marcus Alert protocols, and this will include response teams. They want to make sure that the response teams are built over years to make sure we have best practices in place and a company for staffing and things like that. All right, so you might ask, what is D19 doing? We are currently taking steps to get ready. We've been involved in researching different areas around the state and around the country who have multi-jurisdictions like we do. We also sought to be on the state stakeholders group for the Marcus Alert. However, D19 was not selected. We are participating in the listening sessions to ensure that we are up to date on any developments with this alert. It says next we have to form a local group, and we have determined that we will build this group upon our current CIT stakeholders group that meets every quarter. We also will be inviting additional government officials and community partners once we get the guidelines to determine who all is supposed to be sitting at the table. During the first year of this initiative, the goal is to divert from public safety answering points and make sure we have backups to our regional crisis teams. Also, during the first year, they will determine whether or not it will be a mobile crisis response or we will have some form of co-responders and community partner responses. Our plan is to have everything submitted by July 1st, 2020 for the District 19 area, 2022. And lastly, the long-term outcomes for this initiative, I would like to direct you to look at crisisnow.com if you would like further information on innovative things across the country that states have done to decrease law enforcement response to behavioral health crisis. We also want to make sure we are diverting more to behavioral health and decreasing law enforcement involvement in these types of situations when we can. We want to make sure we improve the safety and have better outcomes for individuals who are in crisis. And also, we want to make sure things are centered around health when a person is having a crisis, and make sure that no matter who responds is specialized in their training and knows how to deal with these situations in the communities.
Great. Thank you, Terrell. That does conclude the presentation for District 19. I know that was a lot of information covering our services for FY 2020 and then the upcoming Marcus Alert. So we just wanted to make sure each locality is informed, and we will hold for questions. And thank you very much for your attention and your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart and Ms. Tunstall. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. I do have one hand, Councillor Pelham.
So I'll start backwards. What does CIT stand for? I can't.
Crisis Intervention Teams.
Okay. And Ms. Tunstall, the figures that you gave us for the crisis assessment centers, is that just for Hopewell numbers or for the entire 10 areas?
It's for our whole entire area, because we have a site in Petersburg as well.
Okay.
We have 2 crisis assessment centers, one in Hopewell, one in Petersburg.
So can you send us later then what the calls for Hopewell alone were from July 19th?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Same thing with the funding. Do you know right off how much funding Hopewell had to match for the $8.5 million?
I think that Hopewell is around 117,000 annually.
Okay, and so let me answer that. Another question, hold on. Okay, I guess that was it. All right, thank you for your service and your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And also, I really am glad that we're taking on the role, like I guess the nation is, to address the mental health issues with persons that are confronted with some crime. That's very refreshing to know Virginia is being proactive in that approach. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Gore?
Yes. As it pertains to the services that you provide, have you seen a gap in what you're able to do as the agency versus, like, is there a need there that we should consider trying to fill in terms of who qualifies for services and then what some additional needs are? It seems like you have to support those who are chronic, like who need immediate assistance and so I know that this has been a conversation that some of us have been having as it pertains, especially due to the effects of COVID-19. So I guess the question is really now, have you seen there being a gap that we should be looking out for to try to fill in terms of mental health support?
I may have Terrell to respond based on an emergency services standpoint, but I do know historically District 19 in treating mental illness has been for the seriously mentally ill. So we're talking, schizophrenia, bipolar, major depressive disorder. And for those experiencing, anxiety, mood disorders, and those type of things, we're referred to a private provider. Our mental health outpatient therapy programs, we have been able to open up to a larger area and to include veteran services for individuals that may not meet that criteria for a serious mental illness, but they still need treatment, because that has been a gap, I think, for community services boards, is that we have been, based on our regulations, restricted to, the most serious behavioral health issues in the population, whereas private providers can serve pretty much any type of disorder. And so a lot of people right now are experiencing grief and isolation. And so that's another thing that this call center will help. The warm lines, the mobile crisis for those individuals who are having some heightened anxiety and an increase in concerns, but they not necessarily need case management because they don't have a serious mental illness where they've had psychiatric hospitalizations. So Terrell, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, we have seen an increase in all the programs that I'm over, which is same day access, mental health outpatient, and all the crisis programs for individuals needing housing. Whether it's long-term, short-term, we do have what's called emergency permanent supportive housing for an individual who, is seen through our doors in a service, and we're able to help them. But we get a lot of calls from individuals saying, hey, I've had to leave home for whatever reason. We lost our house and we need housing. So that's what we see a lot of. And we use the small amount of shelters that we have when we can, but a lot of times we are having to refer to the Richmond Homeless Point of Entry to get these individuals helped.
And that is true with, it does delay hospital discharge when individuals do not have a place to go. And if they're not already involved in services with us, we aren't able, we can refer them to locations, but as far as having the resources to help with funding such, housing is certainly a huge issue. And I know Hopewell has worked to try new things with that issue as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do see Counselor Pelham. Is your hand still raised from the last time, or you have something else?
Question. It prompted me when she said something about housing. Do the area housing areas work with you when someone is being released from the hospital to make room for those persons so they won't be homeless when they're coming out the hospitals?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, if those individuals have substance use disorder, mental health issues for, being the reason they were hospitalized, or they have a history of a behavioral health issue, they typically send them to same day access through District 19 so that we can get them linked with resources.
And they normally get housing. Is that an MOU or just a courtesy with the local housing?
It's through permanent supportive housing. So some individuals have asked to be added to a list, and then other times our permanent supportive housing coordinator, she goes out and finds which areas have open units, or in some instances, if it's a very quick and we need to house someone quickly, they have agreements with some hotels in the area to make sure these individuals have a roof over their head.
But it is an ongoing problem.
Can they be released from the hospital without appropriate housing?
A private facility, they have different discharge protocols, but when it comes to the state hospital, we have liaisons who work to ensure that the person has housing. And when they're at a state hospital, we have something called DAP funding that's able to secure payment for them to have a safe place to go to.
All right, thank you.
But your local acute hospitals will discharge someone who may have a shelter as their housing upon discharge.
If they have housing or they do not have housing?
They can discharge when they're ready, with or without housing for acute hospitals, yes.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised. Counselor Holloway, you are listening in, dialed in. Do you have any statements? Okay. Now,
I have a question in reference to if a client has escalated to the point where it cannot be de-escalated, is that a criteria for them to go to a hospital?
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes, we have a crisis hotline. We have it posted on our website, our Facebook page. We try to publicize our crisis number widely, 862-8000, to reach our emergency services as, kind of a triage. There are, of course, sometimes when individuals cannot be de-escalated with having a conversation and they do need hospitalization. And so work with the individuals and families on how to maintain safety and how to get the individual to a hospital to have an assessment where they, may need involuntary hospitalization if they're not willing to accept that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart and Ms. Tunstall for being here, for your presentation this evening.
Thank you for your time.
Have a good evening.
You too.
At this time, we're going to move down to the reports of city manager, R2.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council, R2 is the proposed FY22 city budget calendar. We're requesting approval of the calendar this evening for review and adoption of our fiscal year FY22 budget. We have our first work session would be scheduled for April 6th, where we would discuss revenue projections and department requests. We would move through with a joint meeting with the school board on April 14th. Another work session on the 20th, and then we move through and hopefully get our budget adopted in May, at the end of May, for the fiscal year 22, beginning July 1. We are continuing to work. As you know, we have the absence of our finance director at this moment. I did speak with him, actually spoke with him today. It was very good to hear his voice. His voice was very strong, and he is at home making good progress. And we are looking hopefully to have him begin to do some remote work next week. And then with his, of course, with his doctor's permission, but then we will be looking hopefully to have him back in the office in April. So we are moving forward. With that, any questions about the calendar, I'd be happy to address them. If not, we're just seeking a council approval of the calendar this evening so we can move forward with our budget process.
Question.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes. Where in here do you project that we'll get an end to the fiscal year 2018 CAFR?
Well, that's not part of the budget calendar.
No,
FY22.
it should be.
Well, it certainly could be, but it's not typically something that we discuss within the budget calendar and budget adoption for the upcoming fiscal year. But we are hopeful to have the FY18 CAFR wrapped up within the next 3 weeks. We're finalizing issues with schools to have that completed. The FY16 single audit is completed and was uploaded to the federal system. I want to say, I think might have been while we were dealing with the ice storms and the water outage, I think it was uploaded. So that's been done, and our auditors moving on to the FY17 single audit.
You get to see that? I mean, any of that?
Yeah, we can get you a copy of it. Absolutely. It was one of the items that was just kind of lost in the shuffle during all the ice storm and water outage that we were dealing with. But I don't have a copy of it yet, but I'm working to get a copy of it so we can provide that to all of council.
Wow. So the 17 they're working on.
Yes, ma'am.
In conjunction with the fiscal year. So now we're on single audit 17 and fiscal year 17. And
Fiscal year 17 has been completed. That's how we can do the single audit. We're doing the consolidated financial statement on 18. Once 18 is done, then we'll be able to do the single audit for 18 with the completion of the 17 single audit. So we got to get our annual audit done first before we can do our single audit.
Oh, okay. Well, it's fiscal year 22, right? Or 21?
Yes, ma'am.
22, fiscal year 22. All right.
That's what that'll be coming up in July.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you, Counselor Pelham. I turned my head for a split second and I had 3 hands pop up. I don't know which order they were in. So
I just have a point of information off of what Mr. Altman just shared. That honestly, that's it.
the point of information, do you want to direct that to the city attorney?
No, Mr. Altman,
Okay.
you shared that 16 was recently completed. I thought 16 was already done. That was addressed when we brought up the need to do our single federal audits, and we were told that was completed. So they should be on 17. So was that a misstatement, or is there something differently that was done to 16 that we weren't tracking?
So I think we did. I'm trying to go backwards. So Sherry Becker did this 15 audit, and the 16 audit was done by the single audit was done by not Cherry Becker, because that was 15, and then we got
PB Mayers.
PB Mayers, that's right. But PB Mayers, I don't think completed the 17. So
right, but when you were talking just now, you said 16. That's what I'm saying. But did you mean 17 or did you mean 16?
I think you're correct. I think we're in 17. I'll get y'all a copy of whatever we just filed. Sorry, it at some point it all kind of gets jumbled up together where we are, but I will get a copy of what was just uploaded to the federal web page. If I remember correctly, there weren't any significant issues at all. Social services had flying colors. Schools did well. So overall, there were no issues with the federal audit, but I don't physically have a copy of it in my hand, but I will make sure that I get one so we can share that with council.
All right, thank you. Yeah, because 16 should have been done. So I think it's just a misstatement, but I'll wait for information.
I think you're right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Counselor Denton and then Counselor Parton. Vice Mayor Parton.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve the proposed city budget calendar for FY 2022.
Second.
The motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Discussion.
I just got one quick question for Mr. Altman. At the last meeting, we talked about a work session about the stormwater capital projects. Now, is that going to be included in the work session on May 4th or May 18th?
So the May 4th piece is just dealing with overall capital improvements.
Okay.
So we would, and I'm trying to look across the room at my calendar. So we would have that meeting that you're talking about would be the actual second meeting of the month, because that's when we do work sessions. So that would actually be the 27th, which isn't on this calendar. That's your regular meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I see Counselor Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
I did not put my hand down. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Pelham.
Same, sorry.
Okay. All right. Roll call.
My apologies, I forgot to unmute. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Bess. Moving on to R3, School Resource Officer for FY22 Continuation Grant.
Yes, ma'am. We have Chief Afzal on the line this evening to discuss the application for the FY22 School Resource Officer Grant.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Pardon, councilors, this is a request to continue the grant that we have had in the last few years for fiscal year 2022. And the grant is so we can actually have a third SRO in our among us, and second as school resource officers in our school. And the request is for council to authorize us to seek this grant. The cost is for the city will be about $52,636 with a match by the city of $13,598, which is 20%, about 20% of the total cost and benefit of an officer at grade 25. And it's the same amount that we requested last year that we were approved for. So that's the request. Obviously, I'm available to answer any questions with respect to how we use this particular position. And this is a grant-funded position that we've had for several years.
I see two hands, Counselor Denton and Counselor Pelham.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the Hopewell Police to apply for the $52,636 in school resource officer grant funding. City of Hopewell's cash match is a requirement of $13,598. Total budget cost for this position is $66,234.
Second.
The motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Any hands for discussion?
I would just like to add for the public's review, Chief, if you can, let them know where that third officer will be working.
Yes, ma'am. It will be the position will be working in the high school. We usually, from our current our budget, city budget, we have two positions in high school. I mean, two positions for SRO, one for high school, one for middle school. The reason for this particular grant is so we can put a second officer in our high school to work with our younger generation and also the school system.
Okay. And is there any officer that visits the elementary schools, or that just not appropriate or whatever?
We don't have one assigned to it. If obviously if there's a need, whether it's that these officers or if it's a patrol officer that goes based on a need. We obviously do a lot of some reading programs, not reading programs, we read to kids. So a lot of times we are invited, but usually, you know, I might go, Major might go, some other officers might go, but the routine day-to-day stuff is for the middle school and for the high school.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Gore.
I do support the motion. I just have one question in regards to, now that the schools have stood up a whole wing that deals with school safety and SROs, why is this coming through you as opposed to shifting this to their staff to manage, just out of curiosity? Because I think they have someone in charge of school safety and manages their own SRO. So is this in partnership, or, because I know it's historically done, but I'm just out of curiosity since they have a new wing that they stood up.
Well, ma'am, their wing is really security oriented. It's not SRO. They don't manage any SROs. SROs are sworn positions from the police department. So what they do is they have a security element. I believe they have 6 grant funded positions. So that's what they manage. And this is really, the SROs have been part of the police department. And we actually work with, from a security aspect, the individual assigned to each school, but it's a different functionality. It's most of them are retired officers, but you don't have to be. And this is actually sworn officers that are able to obviously work with the teachers and then take reports when incidents do occur.
Thank you. I'll just follow up later. I don't have a problem with this, but when we talked about giving the schools funding, they specifically mentioned SROs to fall under that. So I just want to get clarity offline, but I appreciate what you gave me right now, and that answers my question for now. And I'll just go back to point out the other information that we received, but this is helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any other hands. Counselor Holloway, you have dialed in. You have a comment or question?
I do not, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no other hands. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 7-0.
Thank you so much. Right, moving on to R4, Ashland Chemical Industrial Expansion Update.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, Sir Vice Mayor, and members of council. I have 3 economic development items in a row here, R4, 5, and 6. R4 is an update of an existing project. 3.5 years ago or so, City Council approved an economic incentive grant for Ashland Chemical to do a major expansion at their facility. The world market slowed down a little bit right when they were in the midst of that plan, and they held off for a little while. Then COVID hit, but they're ready to move forward now, and they're moving forward. The approval that council gave 3.5 years ago was a 15%, up to a 15% rebate of M&T tax paid over a 20-year period. We only offer these incentives on projects where there is a competitive situation, where we're trying to get a project that could be built elsewhere, and we're competing with other localities or other sites around the world, certainly around the country. And in this case, I think we were competing, if I remember correctly, somewhere down in Louisiana and also somewhere in Pennsylvania. We were able to be successful with that grant. The good news is that the project is moving forward. It's a $91 million estimated investment. A little bit of bad news with it is they're hoping to have 40 new jobs with this project, but because of a corporate restructuring they did between that date, the date when you all approved it to now, it's actually going to create no jobs, but it is a $91 million investment for us. The results of that is because of the loss of jobs, they slid down the scale on that 15%, and they only get 25% of that 15%, which is 3.75% rebate. So the resulting numbers are annually, we're estimating that we'll get right at $650,000 a year in additional M&T tax from the project. And they would, in their incentive grant, would be receiving a rebate of about $53,000. So out of $700,000 roughly, we're getting about 650 of it, and they're getting to keep 53 to make that competitive project happen here in Hopewell. So that is moving forward. We would expect them to complete this project and have everything operational possibly by year end. If so, then we would actually see the reporting of that equipment on next year's M&T taxes, and we would start to reap that benefit. I'll answer any questions you may have on that project.
Which month will we start receiving that, July 1 or June?
No, they do an annual filing. I believe the filing has to be done by March 15th each year, and they file based on what was operational on January 1st. And then they have to pay, they file and pay at the same time. So that money would flow in sometime in March or April of time frame of next year. Would be the first time we saw it.
2022.
Yes, ma'am. It would be an annual payment. It wouldn't be a monthly payment.
Right, I understand. Thank you. 597.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Those who have dialed in?
No.
All right, so
no action necessary on this. I can move to R5 if there's no questions, Madam Mayor.
thank you.
All right, so R5 is a new project. It involves state incentives as well. This was a project that was looking to go in Maryland, Pennsylvania, or West Virginia. They came to Hopewell only to look at some equipment at a facility here that they may want to buy some of that equipment for their new site elsewhere. And while they were here, we were able to meet them and talk to them, and we were able to move into the game and actually were successful in recruiting them. The state was involved as well and has offered incentive packages as well. That's why I can't mention the company name at this point, nor the specifics of what they do, because the grants from the state would go away if we announce any of that publicly before the governor is able to announce it, and that would happen in the next 2 or 3 weeks. However, after the briefing I gave you in closed session, what we're asking is a similar deal to the same structure of a deal as I just talked about with Ashland Chemical, a M&T rebate of up to 15% based on their performance on the standards. They're looking to invest around $50 million. And excitingly, they're going to have 50 some jobs in the first 12 months, and they hope to have 74 jobs by the end of year 3. And they're good paying jobs. The CAF says they're over $50,000, but actually we got confirmation on that. The average salary, not including fringe benefits, average salary of their positions is $61,000 average. So they're very good paying jobs, and a number of them. So we're really excited about this project. The governor has committed, or the state has committed, over $2 million in incentives to this project. The incentives that we're offering are considerably less than that. It's 15% of the M&T tax that they would pay. And hold on, I'm sorry, I'll bring this. I have that number right here. If you give me 1 second. So over the 20-year period, very similar numbers to that Ashland project, we would receive $6 million from this project, and they would receive a little more. They would receive 1.1 million in incentives, and that's if they meet all the criteria to stay at that 15% through that whole time. It could drop as Ashland's did and be a lesser amount for them and more for us. But if they maintain that standard and keep the 15% through the whole 20 years, we'll net $6 million and they would receive 1.1 million in rebates out of the 7.1 roughly that would be generated by this project. And it's reuse of existing brownfield sites. So we're really excited about this project. What we're asking tonight is for council to approve the structure of the deal of a up to 15% rebate on this project. And we would ask that, pending the approval of the contract with the attorney, authorization for the manager to sign the necessary documents. I'll answer any questions anybody may have, Madam Mayor.
I don't see any hands.
I've got mine raised. If you're not,
Maybe that's because I don't. Oh, here we go.
should be. Can I make a motion?
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
And yes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve an economic development incentive of up to 15% rebate of the machinery and tool tax over 20-year period, subject to the city attorney review, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Are there any questions, comments? Those who have dialed in? Right. Okay. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton. No, I'm sorry, I'm out of order. Excuse me. Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
No.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 4-3.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, the R5 item is a return item. A meeting or two ago, we came and talked to council in a work session about the Francisco Landing project in downtown. Francisco Landing is a multi-million dollar, up to $70 million on the total first phase of all the buildings on that first site. But the project was approved about 2 years ago by City Council. It went through the financing and design phases, ran into a couple of extensions. We were supposed to get this thing groundbreaking back in November or December. They got to, we met with VHDA, or VH as they're referred to now, on site in the summer. Myself and also the contractor met with the VH people and had a several hour talk out there about the project and them funding the project. And after they understood what we were doing, what we were trying to accomplish, what the markets were, why we thought this would work, what it would do to our downtown, they gave us a full blessing saying they absolutely support it. It is exactly what their mission is, and that, you know, submit the application and we'll be behind this. The contractor went through that process, the developer, W.E. Bowman. And at the very end of the process, when underwriting steps in at the very end to finalize the deal, underwriting made an adjustment in the rents that they would allow, because our market rates in Hopewell are lower than what they fully anticipate getting on this project. The rates that they're looking to get are the same rates you get right across the river in apartments on Route 10, or there's two sets of apartments on Route 10 and Enon, or the apartments in Rivers Bend. It's the same price point as those. So we fully believe that's the market. And that amount would have driven this deal to be fully fundable. However, because they reduced the rents by about 15% on the projections they had on revenue, it created a shortfall or a gap in the funding. Bowman came to us right away and right around the 1st of December. We worked with them and looked at some options through the holidays and got with the manager when he returned from his holiday right at the first of the year, and laid out the limited options we had. And we brought to council a month or so ago a proposal to rebate the real estate tax on the first building they're building only, which is referred to as G1, G2. It's an L-shaped building. We were recommending rebating that. The indication had been from VH that would close the gap and take care of it, and they would fully fund the project. I need to say that the project isn't just fully financially funded by an agency. The developer has, they're putting a couple of $1 million or close to a couple $1 million in this project themselves. This isn't just a fully funded project with no vested interest by the builder. They are vested in this. But the gap was there. We brought the council, talked about it. We heard what y'all said, the concerns that you had. And I went back and negotiated with W.E. Bowman, and we came up with a couple of additional terms that moved the deal considerably. If you remember correctly, the discussion point was if we refunded $139 a year over 35 years, it was $4.8 million. We've now worked this deal down to a couple of methods. First of all, they've agreed to freeze any rebate at $139,000. And by the way, it's not really a rebate, it's economic incentive grant, because we can't actually rebate taxes. You can give incentive grants equal to that, like we do on the industrial deals. But we would rebate up to $139,000 in what they paid in real estate tax, but not more than that. We would have to rebate the full amount, whatever they paid, but they would immediately cut the difference back to us. So that froze the number. Secondly, they agreed to, if at any point during the life of the term of the contract, or the term of the lending that they had, that if they ever refied the deal, that the benefit we were giving them, the economic incentive grant, would go away immediately. It is most common, it's rare for a project like this not to refinance in the 15 to 20 year range, because multifamily projects like this in the 15 to 20 year range, you have to do a major upfit or refresh of the buildings, or else your property declines and the rents decline, and then you're in trouble financially. So they reinvest somewhere in $20,000 to $25,000 per unit, which is a couple of $1 million. They would likely have to borrow against the building to do that, so that would institute a refinancing. Or if they build up enough equity in the property and they wanted to use that towards some other project, they'd have to refi as well. So we feel confident that the likelihood is that this would not go out 35 years. However, even if it did, the last incentive we got from them was a commitment that as soon as the enterprise zone incentive on real estate tax expired at year 10, beginning year 11, the company would make a donation, a proffer to the city in the amount of $50,000 for the rest of the term. And that would end if they refied, it would end just like the rebate ended. But if it goes out a full 35 years, that amounts to $1.2 million in additional funds that we would be receiving. If you add that to the personal property tax, meals tax, and all projected for our community from this project, over the course of the 35-year deal, we would have a gain of $2,740,000 plus coming into our coffers, while we rebated a total of 1.7 to them. So we were at 4.8 in everybody's mind before of what they were getting as a benefit. We've now reduced that down to where we actually are getting almost 2/3 of the amount. We're getting 2.7, they're only getting 1.7. But the other benefit is this project, we had a market analysis done by a third party out of Richmond, and we didn't even employ them. VGR employed them for us because we asked VGR to do an economic impact study on this, and they said, we'd like to get a commercial professional to do this to make sure it's accurate. And so they hired at their expense a third-party consultant to come into an economic impact study on what this project does for our community. The first year or so, 15 months or so, when construction's going on, it pumps about $7.5 million into the community in salaries and materials bought and so forth. But $7.5 million. Once the property opens, and after about the first year, it generates $2 million plus a year for the life of the property. That $2 million is money to spend in our community at our grocery stores, at our drugstores, at our restaurants, at our little shops. I'm sorry? At the Beacon Theater, anywhere in the community, that $2 million economic impact is what the projection is, based on the fact that the 84 units in this first building only would generate that much revenue. There are 2 other buildings designed in this plan to be built. As this starts to rent up, they would build the next one. As that started to rent up and get close to full, they'd build the third one. Those other buildings, this deal does not apply to those other buildings. They would yield the full not MT, but real estate tax to us. This deal does not apply to those. It only applies to the very first deal. They also agreed that, and this was at the request of one of our counselors, they agreed that they would do a jobs fair and hire locally, not just for the construction and operation of this building, but for their company period. They're always looking for talent, and they were willing to do that. And they agreed to put in the agreement that this does not apply to future buildings, that this is a one and done concept that you have here. The developers, Mr. Ed Bowman and Mr. Chip Bowman, 2 brothers who own and operate their grandfather's and then their father's business. They've been in business for, I believe, 60 years or somewhere thereabouts. They're on the line as well if you have any questions for them. Essentially, this project comes down to this. If we decide not to move forward at this point, the option is to walk away, but we would have to buy back the land that they purchased. By the way, they purchased the land at the appraised value. We didn't donate the land or anything to them. They purchased it at the appraised value. We'd have to buy it back at that value, and we would have to pay them for any expenses they've incurred in preparing to develop this property. I understand from them that that is approaching or possibly even over $1 million. So if we walk away from this, we would buy back, we would return the $500,000 roughly that they used to buy the property, but we'd also have to pay them roughly $1 million for the work they've already done. If we move forward with this project, we would be giving them rebates of 1.7 million, not paying 1.5 out of our pocket right now. Over 35 years, we would pay out incentives of 1.7 million, and we would be receiving 2.7 million in other taxes to us. And we would still have that $75 million economic impact over the 35-year period. So we're recommending, staff is recommending that the council approve this economic incentive grant to this project so that this may move forward. We believe that this is a generational change for the city. This project will affect multiple generations down the road in a positive fashion, and it's going to lead to other development downtown. Not only will it lead to the Bowman's building a couple of additional buildings, but it would hopefully lead to properties like the Conway Court and other properties like that being bought up and rebuilt, and the downtown would thrive. Downtowns don't survive long-term if they don't have rooftops nearby. This would put rooftops right at the doorstep of a lot of these restaurants and other facilities downtown and in the community, and it would have a tremendous economic impact to this community, and we recommend that council approve it. If you look at the annual numbers on this, the economic impact is over the 35-year period, averages out to $2,159,000 a year. The city taxes that we would be receiving averages out to $78,000 a year. And the city, the tax savings that they'd be experiencing because of rebate is just $50,900 a year over the 35-year period. This is a good economic development deal. Every economic development deal that we look at is based on return on investment. We are investing no dollars of our own bank account here. We're only rebating some of what they're paying because that project was built. If the project's not built, that $139,000 a year in real estate tax doesn't exist. If they build this project, we get a piece of that. We get all of the economic impact to our community. We get the personal property tax and meals taxes that occur. And we have a thriving community in our downtown and in the city because of the impact of this. So I would leave it to Mr. Altman if he would like to comment on it as well, but we recommend approval of this economic incentive grant.
Thank you, Mr. Dane. We believe that the investment that's being proposed, and the rebate that's being proposed doesn't involve any existing city funds. So we're not reducing our tax base, current tax base any. We're just utilizing the funding that only exists if this building is built. It does have the opportunity here to raise the rate, the rent rate in our community, which right now is the issue at hand, that VH or VHDA isn't recognizing the competitors in the region as a part of our market. So this project will raise that market level up, which will then also assist in other development benefiting from that increase in the market rate, which will help us overall across the city, not just in downtown, as Mr. Dane mentioned, with potentially, say, Cornez Manor or another project. But if the Maloney Lofts wanted to reinvest and refinance they would have an opportunity to look at the new market rate and benefit from that, or say all the way on the other side of town, Farmingdale Apartments. They want to do a reinvestment. That higher market rate will help throughout the city with development efforts and reinvestment in our community over the long term. This is also an opportunity to capture some of those millennials that we all keep talking about needing to have come to our community to create the next generation of people in the city that are going to invest and want to live here. It offers us also an opportunity to be more competitive with projects in Richmond, would have a similar style and quality of project. The market rate is a little bit less here, so we'll be able to attract people that may work in downtown Richmond looking for a similar lifestyle, but will have the opportunity to be on the river. So I would agree that this is a transformational project. Understand that there has been some consideration and hesitancy and concern about, but I think with the concessions that have been made by Bowman, we've closed that gap considerably from where we began. And I thank Mr. Dane and both the Bowmans for their work on this. So we stand ready in support of the proposal. And if you have any questions for Mr. Dane or I, we'd be happy to entertain them, or the Bowmans for that matter, since they're on the line.
Okay, so I see 3 hands, Counselor Pelham, Counselor Denton, Counselor Randolph.
I would just like to make a motion and then we can discuss. Is that all right, Mayor?
Counselor Pelham, she was going to go before you.
Okay.
Counselor Pelham, your mic is muted.
My question is, can we ask questions after the presentation before the motion?
Yes.
Okay, but I would like to ask my question is, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the time that you took with us to express the need for this development. But as you were expressing the terms that you talked to us about in the project itself, is just so many assumptions and if this and if that and if this and if that. I think with the initial contract we gave Mr. Bowman's the 10-year escalating payment on their real estate tax, correct? Where they pay nothing the first year and a certain percentage up to the 9th year, and then the 10th year they pay the full 140, 139. So that in essence, if you give them a 20-year gap along with that 10-year low payment, or if this 20 years is an exemption first, and then the 10 years after that, they start that they're getting 30 years anyway. So it's really no difference in us giving them 35 years of free property tax versus 30. So they've only, in this deal, they only really lose about 6 years of not paying any property tax, which I think everyone basically should pay their fair share. I think the incentives of all the waivers that we gave them, like we did other developers, and to add this on top of that, that means that like the other deal, we stayed in concert with the project you just talked about, Doughboy or whatever. We talked about that, and we given them the same deal the same opportunity, not deal, with Ashland and all the other plants. So we do this one, do that mean we're gonna have to do the same thing if another developer come? And it seems like we keep giving away the citizens access to bringing in revenue to the city instead of developing revenue for the city. And for that reason, I still can't support the project, but it's just too many assumptions. And if you get this project, the rent may go up on the other side of town. I don't know how you can stretch that to city level from downtown. Excuse me, Council Randolph. You want to take my turn? Being
I
rude.
have my hand up. I'll take my own turn. Thank you.
You don't have to be rude while I'm speaking. I would appreciate it. But as I was saying, as I was saying, I mean, one rent toward downtown and Cedar Level is quite a distance. And I just don't see how that would increase the rent potential on Cedar Level if that particular landlord does not do anything to upgrade the facilities. It's a nice apartments or townhouses now, but you just can't, to increase rent to $1,500 just because a new person came in town. I would think they would stay at the same lower level so they could get more access to more citizens to rent from them. So again, that's my initial thoughts. We should be about the business at some point. And I mean, for instance, we have to worry about the deal that the EDA made with Mr. Grubbs, and it fell through after he got 2 loans. Even though they may have a seller for the building, where they don't, some kind of way those deals gonna come back and catch the city and having to pay things. If the boathouse man walks away, we still owe rent for 20 years to Mr. Papa Nikolai. So all those debt things in the back of my head just won't cause me to give another developer a new incentive to exempt $140,000 a year. And it seems like they should be able to, as a multi-million-dollar company, to get their finances together, that they will be able to yield 140 grand for city taxes in some manner. That's my initial comments. Thank you.
May I reply to that, Madam Mayor?
If I can reply to you, yeah.
Yeah, oh, no, I'm not. I just want to point out a couple things.
Yes,
The rising rent across the town, Mr. Altman wasn't saying that automatically things go up, though it does some, but that's not what he
That's a
said. What he said
projection,
was.
though. Is that a projection or you guaranteeing that?
Can I finish?
No,
What happens on these projects, and is not unique to here, it happens everywhere. As investments made, other people say, gosh, I can upgrade this place and I can get much higher rent. And they go in and they upgrade the places. That's what he's speaking of, first of all. Secondly, you said 140 rent free. I just told you that the average is $50,000 a year over 35 years because of the rebate they're giving back and the other taxes it generates. That property generates $0 tax when we own it. And it's never generated tax. It's been owned by the city. It's been owned by the city for forever, since its beginning. That's been city property. And so it's never generated tax. So it's going to generate $2.7 million over the 35 years, $78,000 a year.
Projection. Again, everything that you have is just based on if the person's, well, they stay here, yes. Where are they gonna go? If they coming in from Route 10, you telling me they're gonna go all the way over to Cavalier Square and shop at Save-A-Lot or Randolph Market for their groceries?
Yes, ma'am.
They're not gonna stop in Chesterfield or Route 10.
Well, first of all, if I'm coming from downtown Richmond, where a lot of this market lives, the market that we're trying to attract, I'm gonna come 295 and I'm gonna dump straight into Hopewell. I'm not gonna go back to Chester through all that congestion on Route 10. One of the benefits of this is you don't have to deal with that.
It's a lot of ifs and assumptions based on people's behavior.
It is, but life's that way. But the last thing I would say is that you said if you do this, you got to do it for others. No, we've incentivized areas to try to get it started. And if you don't do it with this one, you'll have to do it with the next one, because people, unless you want Freedman Points or things like that built everywhere, you're not going to build market rate projects unless you get the first one started. And the banks won't finance that first one because of the market rates that we have here in town. This will establish that market.
We always have to bail them out. That's what I'm saying. So is it worth it?
Why do we don't have to bail them out. We have nothing in this, Ms. Pelham. We don't have one dime of our own money in this.
The point is, technically, they're in breach of their contract because they didn't shovel dirt in February. And the extensions that you put in the packet was for the closing date. It wasn't for the beginning date.
No, it also said all other dates in the contract are pushed out accordingly.
And then you marked out in this and other terms here. Now, I don't think that means that I will get out, I need to get the opinion of the Madam Attorney, but it looks like it was intended to talk about the closing date. But again, it's just too many ifs and assumptions, and only people that lose is the citizens and all the persons, all the businesses that pay their taxes every year for the last 30 to 50 years they've been in business. And I just think that creates hardship on all the other older businesses that have paid for years. So, I mean, it's a good project, but I mean, if we can have an opinion on the breach of contract, we only will owe them back and give them back the money that they paid for the land. That would be the only thing that we owe them. And you're making a lot of, it's just too many assumptions, so I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Pelham, Counselor Denton, Counselor Randolph, and then Counselor Gore.
I was going to make a motion. With that, Madam Mayor, is that okay?
Yes, I would say yes. However, I would like Counselor Randolph and Counselor Gore to go ahead and ask their questions if need be.
And Madam Mayor,
I'm fine doing it after the motion.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can the attorney respond to me after all of them or whenever about the contract itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll yield to Counselor Plum so she can get her answers to her questions, and then I'll go.
Okay. Counselor Pelham.
No, I need the attorney to, if she can give us the opinion on these amendments. It seems like 4, but I don't remember. You know, what day do they correlate? Is this the dates correlated? Did they come to us in our minutes, or did y'all just sign amendments for the council? Mr. Altman, were these approved by the council?
Yes, ma'am. Each amendment to the agreement was approved by council, authorizing me to sign.
Okay,
Yep.
so can you, yeah, so then, when you do that, we need to also have a copy of the minutes so that we can see that we approved it, because I have a bad memory. So, if you will, then I will need a copy of the amendments that mirror up to these amendments that you signed. If you don't mind, sir.
Can I interject real quickly? We are approaching 9:30. Is there a motion to extend to finish this item for the evening?
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, can you asked me about the vote that I may need? Can we add that to that too, please?
Yes. Wait, did you send me it back? I didn't see you.
Yes.
Answered me.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so is there a motion to extend the meeting to complete item R6 in addition to the vote, the Creator Workforce Board?
What?
We discussed the Creator Workforce Board today in reference to the monies that may need to be used.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the council meeting time to finish this particular item that we're on, and to take a vote on the Creator Workforce issue.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Gore. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yeah.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 6-1.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Mayor, can I go ahead and make this motion and then we can discuss it?
So the only reason that if we make the motion, we have to speak to the motion. We have two hands that were raised prior to. Counselor Pelham, this is going to be your third time.
It's only 2 times she can speak.
My hand's not even up.
She does have a.
My hand's not up, babe. I mean, yeah.
Okay, Counselor Gore.
Okay, thank you. So the questions I have, I try to ask this in closed session, but I think it's only permissible for me to ask in open session in regards to the contract. Where it hasn't been identified in the contract that it states that the city will have to pay back for fees incurred by the project thus far if we were to buy back the land. And I'll ask Ms. Robinson that question. Because while she's pulling up, just to give context, that's been my primary question all along, is if it's worth the payment to repay back versus the questions that were being asked about this rebate. That's the biggest thing I'm weighing against. So we get clarity on that per what the contract states.
Mayor Bennett, may I respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to preface what I'm saying with this, and that is, I will answer some questions as comprehensively as possible. If the response crosses over to giving you legal advice or an opinion that could affect how you go forward relative to this particular arrangement, I will probably end up suggesting that you move back into closed session so that I can speak more freely. But having said that, if I just look at the language in the agreement that has already been fully endorsed by the parties, as I read it, there is not a term therein that contemplates a decision to just buy back the property. There are reversion clauses throughout the agreement. Those are triggered by the developer failing to perform as agreed, and are conditioned on the city giving the developer written notice of the breach, giving the developer 30 days to cure, and then if the developer does not, you can proceed forward with the remedies that the agreement provides. But as I said, there is nothing that I've read that gives the city the ability to just terminate the agreement for convenience or to simply buy back the property.
If I can follow up to that, then you first started saying what there was conditions. I forgot the word that you used. You used the R word.
Reversion?
Yes, can you explain those, please, for the public?
So when in some arrangements where there is a transfer of ownership of real property or any property, actually, reversion is I get to take it back. But again, it's not a purchase back arrangement that you get to trigger for any reason at any time. The way you all framed this arrangement is that the city gets to get the property back or buy the property back if the developer fails to do what it obligated itself to do under the agreement. So some of these triggers are based on failing to act by a specific time or complete on a specific time. but that is the breach causes the right to reversion. And I haven't seen anything else that provides for this right of reversion.
And just, I have two more questions for clarity. In terms of the questions that Councilor Pellin was asking about the extensions was for financing and closing. Did that extension apply to breaking ground to meet the terms of the date in the contract that was signed?
The extensions that I've seen only extended the closing date. It didn't apply to any other term or condition in the development agreement.
So then technically we can say that would be a breach if they did not break ground on the date in the contract because the extensions didn't apply to that.
I think you could call it a failure under the agreement. Again, the breach is handled a certain way. So you can say, look, this looks to be a breach because there wasn't an extension, work didn't get performed by a certain date. But you solidify that breach by giving written notice, not simply declaring it and pointing to your facts. So it's a perfecting that process that, you know, kind of keeps me from saying absolutely yes, but there appears to be a breach. And then just to formalize it, you have to just follow through as the agreement obligates the city to do that.
Okay. In terms of the, you know, if we were to go the option of doing a reversion and do decide to purchase the land, the main question I've been asking is, where does it say that we would have to pay for the cost of the project incurred? I thought, my understanding was that we would just pay for the land and any like physical changes to it. Is there any clarity if it's about improvements or project cost? Because that's what's equaling an estimated $1 million, and I just don't understand why.
Okay, based on what the agreement says, if the city exercises its rights to reversion under the agreement, the terms of this are that the city will pay to get the property back at a cost that is equal to the higher of, one, the purchase price, or the assessed value of the land, plus the actual cost of the improvements made thereto to that portion of the property, and which was actually paid by the developer at the time of reversion. And that is provided also that those costs for the improvements were within a budget that had been approved by the city in writing. So there is it's a multi-step process, but those are not only the scope of the cost, but the steps to get there.
Okay. And my last question before I pass over my first turn is in regards to the term sheet that's in our packet. It says approach two separate independent agreements. So is this, if we were to support this, would this be in addition to the contracts, or would this replace the contracts that we have? I just need clarity on that. And then also in speaking to different people about this project, and also my citizens that participate in the webinar, and I do want to thank Mr. Dane for that. I received some additional questions and talking to people in regards to other terms. What happens if the taxes aren't paid? What happens if they sell the building? If we were to do this, and some other items I don't see explicitly stated in the agreements that I think we need to revisit, especially if we're probably looking at taking this additional step. But in terms of this, what does this term sheet mean? Would it replace the contracts or be added to the contracts? And is this what will be put into effect without adding more meat to this?
I really can't answer the question. For me, it's just sort of a proposal in grid form, but I don't treat it as an agreement. So I'll just kind of defer to Mr. Dane or Mr. March.
You're exactly correct, Madam Attorney. They were just the terms that they were proposing. They would be incorporated into a contract. We would do a separate contract on all this. Those terms that they're proposing are essentially proffers. It's just like proffer conditions on other projects. That's what they're offering. And so, yes, all those questions you asked Ms. Gore, about the, if they didn't pay their taxes, if they sold the property, all those things would be outlined in a contractual agreement. We've even agreed with them that if they ever sell or the loan goes to another, if they refinance into another loan, that the incentives go away, that this is to
That was
develop
my
this whole
request.
project. So that would all be written into a contract that we would work with the attorney on.
Okay, and Mr. Dane, how can we get any reassurance? Because I know that one of the things I asked for is hiring locally if this passed, and I know that was an agreement, and then also asking for them not to come back before council for any other additional support. But in hindsight, we can't put that particular term on the table because that's obligating a future council. And then also there's nothing to stop them from coming back to us if they want to. So I guess what reassurances can we have in place now that they'll have the funding to be able to do the rest of this deal and buy the other lands that's required to build the buildings on, other than saying
They're on this call if you'd like to ask them.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
If Ed or Chip would like to chime in on that and answer that question, I would appreciate it.
Yep.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Councilor Gore, thanks for the questions. And Ed and I have every intention of fulfilling and building the rest of this project. It's quite unfortunate we're in a pandemic in the midst of trying to get this transformational project off the ground. We appreciate the support the city has given us in this process, and I think just like every other time we've come together to talk about this project, we've listened and we've worked together to find the right way to get it done. As far as hiring, we need to hire locally. We are excited about that. That's part of being a part of a community and being in business is making sure that the people who are working on our project also have the opportunity to live in the community where they're working. So there's no guarantees in life. If nobody applies, that would be a hard thing for us to fulfill, but we're happy to run job fairs and we're happy to coordinate and make that a priority in this project. We don't have any intention of asking for incentives on the other phases of this project. Based on what we know at this point, we think that getting this first building built is the path to the other buildings getting built without any support needed. So, I wish we had crystal balls in life, but based on what we know, those are the assurances we would give you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll take mine now. Mayor
Okay.
Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. I have spent a fair amount of time on economic development for the city, and you can talk to anybody that does economic development, and it is not ever done without what ifs and where it could or should go. That's just the nature, because there is no guarantee on any economic development you do. And quite frankly, this deal, the first 10 years, the property is going to get the enterprise zone incentive the first 10 years that any business in the enterprise zone is offered. So that's no different than any other business that comes down there and meets the requirements to build and do development to receive those same enterprise zone 10-year tax abatements. What I appreciate is that from the initial first council meeting where we talked about this several weeks ago, we've come a long way. And I appreciate the Bowmans and Mr. Dane for listening to everybody on council and specifically making sure that some of the requirements that were originally written up, such as it would roll over to the assigns if they were to sell it. They took that out and agreed to take that out. So if they sell it, the deal is null and void. That if they refinance, the deal is null and void. And to give us the $50,000 incentive back starting in year 11 towards the tax, which cuts what the city is agreeing to pay in half almost. I appreciate more than anything how much this is going to change and is going to be different in what we've done in this city in a long time. We have spent so much time on looking at low and moderate income housing, and this is going to bring a higher income of people to the city that have discretionary income that they can spend, and will change the potential for rents in this city. Just like any other housing changes that we look to make throughout this city, it will impact everything done in this city. And we spent a number of years in this city doing nothing to our downtown, to the point where it got to almost nothing. And finally, the downtown partnership was formed, and we started seeing some changes come in that way. But what can make the biggest change in our downtown and in our city and in the housing that we offer is to be competitive with outside areas and to build our rental structure so that it has the ability to suit anybody at any level. And so I feel that this is extremely important. And I too want to make sure that this deal, which is the first and the riskiest, goes through, and I will back this. And hopefully we will pass this tonight and move on. Thank you.
Councilor Pelham, you have your hand up again? Okay. Councilor Denton.
Yes, before I make the motion, I too would like just to say that I'm excited about this because of what it looks like will make such a big difference in our community. We have a big hospital here. I guess it's one of the largest producing employee base that we have, and hopefully some of those folks would want to live close to work. We're right, Fort Lee, I think, would be excited about this. So I can't understand why we're not excited about this. So I am, and therefore I would like to make this motion to approve the request for an economic development grant to be dispersed by the City of Hopewell, EDA, equal to 100% rebate on real estate taxes on the first building only of the Francisco Landing project for the life of the VHDA note. If the note is refinanced at any time, the rebate will not continue. This rebate will be somewhat offset by a contractual agreement written by and or approved by the city attorney for an annual donation from W.E. Bowman to the city for the $50,000 beginning in year 11 and continuing until the VHDA agreement reaches full term, which is 35 years. Or upon refinancing to VHDA financing, and there will also be a variable donation in addition to the above donation made annually from W.E. Bowman in an amount equal to any amount of rebate that occurs beyond the base year initial assessed value. That is my motion.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask that we amend could I suggest an amendment to that motion before, or we have to second it first?
There wasn't a second. You can add your.
I'll second it.
Okay.
And then suggest that we, if Counselor Denton is amiable, to put into that motion refinanced or assigned/sold. Because the deal does not continue if they sell their interest in the building. Would that work?
Are you accepting that friendly amendment?
Yeah, because, yeah, I would accept that, yes.
Okay. Ms. Bess, can you restate that motion?
Mayor,
Yes.
it might help her if she knew I was taking this from the agenda packet,
Okay.
the recommendation of this item on the agenda.
Okay.
And her mic is muted.
Yeah, I was speaking with a muted mic. I was speaking with a muted mic. My apologies. So, Counselor Randolph, if I am understanding what you said, you asked that you would like to have put in to the verbiage that it could not be refinanced or assigned and sold, or that would make it void. Is that correct?
Where Counselor Denton talked about refinance, just add in or assigned/sold.
Refinanced or assigned/sold. Okay,
Yes,
got it.
wherever she said refinanced in her motion.
Okay, got it. So I have put that in to the minutes.
The motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. So for discussion, Counselor Pelham, Counselor Gore. Counselor Pelham, your mic is muted.
Point of order.
Yes.
Is that really a motion? I mean, are we gonna leave that in the minutes as a motion? Or is there any way is that appropriate, Madam Attorney?
I thought the motion was too long and a little bit out of conformance with Rule 205, but
Can you rearrange it somehow? Maybe they agree with it.
well, if Counselor Denton was just reading off of the staff recommendation, she could say something as general as approve an agreement to be drafted in conformance with the recommendation of staff relative to Francisco Landing tax rebate or something to that effect. And we could just refer to the same text that she did, not being obligated, of course, to keep the exact same verbiage. But I don't know what her intent is other than to put all of that information in. I just thought it was too long and covered too many different items.
Well, we're trying to cover a lot of things in here. We're trying to talk about the rebates, the real estate taxes, The rebate, trying to put in here the annual donation. I mean,
I get it, but there was no, again, the motion should kind of conform a little bit to perhaps best practices, but it's really not an agreement. So if you're trying to actually create an agreement in the motion is going to cover too many subject matters to be a good agreement. So that's the challenge. We're trying to substitute a real agreement, by reading off this recommendation. So the best thing I could say, so that the motion is first of all shorter, more in conformance with Rule 5, is simply to approve an agreement that conforms to those specific terms in the recommendation. Short of that, I don't have any other suggestions. Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe, Madam Attorney, can you read the rule that says it doesn't meet the criteria? Maybe that would be understandable.
Well, the rule I'm referring to is Rule 205, and it basically says that all motion, in summary, all motions except those to adopt ordinances making appropriations or authorizing indebtedness should be confined to one subject. And again, I think this motion is more than one and perhaps even two. So that
you just need to make two different motions. I mean, how many motions in that paragraph, she needs to make separate motions. Would that be
I'm going to just, the challenge that I have is listening to an agreement being formed by a motion. And so the question is, what happens at the back end of it?
Yeah.
You have an agreement in place before you approve the agreement. So I will defer to you all. I thought the motion was too long. It can be shortened as I've suggested. You don't have to do it that way, but I really don't have any other suggestions on how to cover.
Let's just do what the attorney suggested.
Excuse. I have a point of order after Councilor Pelham, Madam Mayor.
Well, I would just suggest that if we can't break our own rules, she just brought that out to us. So if that's the case, we need to break whatever a motion is down to 1, 2, 3, 5 different motions until we get it satisfied. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Gore?
Yes, thank you. My point of, I said point of order, but I guess it's point of information regarding the motion. Just to be clear, until it's tweaked, if this were to stand, where is the action in this? Meaning, we typically ask for the manager to execute an agreement or to sign document. There is no action. It just says to approve the request of the grant. So that is the only action I see in the recommendation that Councilor Denton read. And if that's the case, then it's just approving the grant and not having any action. And then also, and so that's for Ms. Robinson to provide clarity if I'm looking at this correctly. And if I am, there's no mention of the term sheet as well that we have in our packet with some of the agreements. So, Ms. Robinson.
I would like to ask.
Excuse me, I was asking Ms. Robinson to answer those questions, please.
I agree that if you're reading the recommendation, it says to approve the request for an economic development grant. Again, the motion, as I heard it, covered a lot of things and talked about an agreement, and I think it does in fact form an agreement. But that's the challenge when the motion goes on as long as it did. So I'll just defer any specific questions on what was intended to Councilor Denton, because at this point, I don't think I know.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the information.
Councilor Denton?
Yes. Could I ask Mr. Dane or Mr. Altman if they have a
Well, I mean, I don't
shorter
disagree.
version?
Yeah, I don't disagree with, Madam Attorney, that you could just say that, move to approve the economic incentive grant as presented in the recommendation on the CAF to include the piece that Ms. Randolph added, to include those two terms. I forget the term she used, but anyway, to include those and to authorize the city attorney to prepare an agreement for the manager's signature. I think you could do that and still accomplish all this. Don't you think so, Madam Attorney?
This borders on advice, and I would suggest that I would like not to give it in public meeting.
Follow me. What's going on?
Can we go into closed session, Madam Mayor?
I think that would be the best thing right now.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to, because
I mean, that's your personal opinion, but I was asking the mayor, can we make a motion to go into?
if we just
Madam
do
Mayor,
the
can we,
motion that the
Madam
attorney-
Mayor, can I make a motion
the
to go into
attorney
closed
gave
session
us-
to get legal advice, please, Madam Mayor?
So the,
Gave her advice.
Councilor
my-
Randolph, I'm asking the mayor, can I make a motion?
information
Mhm.
to, I don't want us to be on line with our guests here today or with our constituents if we have to clear something up and
Mhm.
make the best decision this evening. So I'm going to ask the city attorney if this is appropriate, that we move to go into a closed session.
You can move to go into closed session when you think it will be helpful. I'm just saying, to answer Mr. Dane's question, I might have to cross over into legal advice, and I don't do that publicly. You don't have to go into closed session. I've just made a point.
Right.
And that's really it,
I think the question that I have it, I mean, and again, if it pans out that way, then fine. If it doesn't, that's fine either. Everyone has a position that they can take individually. I'm asking to see if we can go into closed session because I think some of the questions are going into legal advice in terms of crafting this agreement. So, I mean, there's going to be more follow-up, and I think it might put it in an awkward position because we don't have an agreement in front of us to really approve. And what your role will be in drafting it. But if others don't agree, then, that's their prerogative. But I am requesting to go into closed session and talk about that.
I have my hand up, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Randolph.
All I'm saying is there is no agreement right now.
Excuse me, Mayor Bennett, I have down the floor for action.
And the attorney has already given us potential language to use for Counselor Denton to simply make a motion for the future agreement to be done, not tonight.
So, Madam Mayor, again, I was asking to be
She
able
called
to.
on me and said I could speak.
No, because you keep interjecting when other people are talking because you don't agree with the
I
conversation.
asked if I could speak. I had
Madam
my hand
Chair,
up, and the mayor told me I could speak.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Randolph.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I just want.
Wait a minute.
Councilor Gore,
Hmm?
can you just let
She gave
Councilor
me the
Randolph
floor.
finish, and then we'll send it
I'm
right
not
back.
interjecting. I said I had my hand up. She
Madam
gave me the
Chair,
floor.
I'll wait, but for fairness, I was in the middle of mine when she interjected, but I will wait because I don't have
I
time to
didn't
argue or fight
interject.
with
I
you.
asked the
So
mayor. I said I had my hand up.
Madam Chair, I'll wait. She can finish.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good God Almighty. I mean, Lord, you weren't saying anything, and I said I had my hand up. She gave me the floor. So what I was asking was, why can't we just go with the motion that the city attorney said would be more practical at this point if Counselor Denton is willing to do that? That came on advice from our city attorney. It's not to form an agreement or vote on an agreement tonight. It's simply to move ahead with forming the agreement. Counselor Denton, are you willing to change your motion to
I
follow
would-
the lead
yes.
of the attorney?
I'll yield to the city attorney to help reword that motion and make it shorter, more precise, whatever. If you would like to help me.
Thank
Yes,
you. And thank you, Mayor Bennett, for the floor, and I'm done.
Thank you. Miss Robinson?
yes, ma'am. I can't remember exactly the motion. that I
Well,
read.
just, excuse me, Ms. Robinson and Madam Chair, you said that you would go back because I was interrupted. I still want to see if we can go into closed session regardless of the comments made. If people disagree, they can vote no.
I have a motion of point of order. Don't I have a motion on the floor that we're working about? So I don't know that we can do another motion.
We can't do another motion. I'm requesting what I've been trying to do that for the last 5 minutes. So
We haven't acted on mine.
Right.
you don't have to. I'm requesting a substitute motion to go into closed session.
I'm going to second that motion.
Mm.
I have hands up. Is this in regards to the going into closed session?
Yes, ma'am. The motion is presently, the motion to go into closed session unfortunately is out of order.
Okay.
Mayor Gore, we've got a main motion on the floor that's seconded and we're in the middle of discussion.
So can I make a motion to make a substitute motion?
You can do that, but it's subject to that two-part process.
Yes, ma'am. So Madam Mayor, to clarify, since I can't directly go do the motion, which I understand, to be able to attempt to accomplish that, I make a motion, I request to make a substitute motion to get permission to do so. Right.
There's no second.
Second.
It's been seconded by Counselor Pelham. Roll call, and this is a roll call to go for Counselor Gore to be able to make a substitute motion to the motion that is already on the floor. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 5-2.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for, they go back to the top of the agenda to get the verbiage for legal advice.
To A7 and or A7 or A8.
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session to pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711, and I think it was A7 or A8 respectively.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dane, Mr. Altman.
There's no second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 5-2.
Thank you. Council, if you would go into the link that we had earlier for our closed session, Mr. Dane, Mr. Altman, and Ms. Robinson, please join us in closed session. Counselor Gore,
Yes,
would you need Mr. Bowman?
not at this time. This is legal advice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chip Bowman and Mr. Ed Bowman. We'll be right back, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, help us, Lord. Help us, Lord.
Ms. Robinson, before I come out of closed session, after we make a motion to come out of closed session and it carries, will we have to read a recertification?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ms. Bess.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to,
Okay.
so the steps are we're going to have a motion to come out of closed session. After we do that, we're going to need you to read the recertification.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
All right. Second, motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Mayor Bennett.
Madam Mayor, I don't see Ms. Denton back yet.
Okay. We should wait for her. I'm going to give her a call
Can you hear me?
now. Yes, I hear you, Councilor Pelham.
Double check.
Councilor Denton, do you hear us?
Yes, I couldn't find it, couldn't find it in my email to get back in. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. A motion's been made to come out of closed session by Vice Mayor Parton and seconded by Mayor Bennett. There's no discussion. I see no hands. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counselor Holloway, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 7-0.
Well, can you please read the
Certification.
certification?
Yes. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, were only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Roll call.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have a vote of 7-0.
Okay. So we did go into closed session. We're out of closed session now. Is there a motion?
yes. Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to move to approve staff to prepare an agreement that conforms to the terms of the recommendations made by staff relative to the real estate tax rebate agreement for Francisco Landing.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Vice Mayor Parton, you have your hand up, and then Counselor Gore.
All right, thank you, Mayor Bennett. The concerns that I still have about this agreement are still present. I just feel like that, yes, we all want something to happen down here, and we all want positive economic growth. I truly believe we're setting a dangerous precedent here. I mean, to give developer an extension of all 35 years of paying their real estate taxes. I mean, we've had developers in the past go through and develop whole subdivisions and putting in roads and get very little to no subsidies from the city, and they were able to do it even during economic downtimes. I have, just like I said, serious concerns about this. One thing that we got to have, tax revenue from is to also support the people that come in. We might have families coming here. We have an increased number of kids going into the school system, which means, we'll need additional school funding. We're talking about additional people, going up and down roads. So we're going to need, improvement of infrastructure. I mean, these are all things that we've got to, make sure that we, are seeing an increase in revenue coming in to make sure that we're providing adequate, basic necessities of good government for our citizens. So, like I said, I just still have reservations and hesitations about this. And, but like I said, if it passes, I wish it all the best luck. And I do hope that it does succeed. And, hopefully, I'll be able to eat crow on this one. But I just still have, hesitations and reservations about this. Thank you.
Counselor Gore, then Counselor Denton.
Thank you. Yes, I'm getting mixed feedback from my constituents in regards to this project. Just for a point of clarification, if this passes, this is just to draft an agreement, but not to execute it. It has to come back to council for a vote in order to execute. Is that correct, Madam Attorney?
Yeah. Ms. Robinson?
I think she might have stepped away for a second.
Yeah, so while we wait for her to come and provide that clarity, I'm not opposed to researching this further to have an agreement drafted, so long as it's not executed. Because the agreement is what my concerns are about, and also addressing some gaps I see in the prior agreements that need to be rectified.
Oh, you're here, okay.
Ms. Robinson, I don't think you heard my question. My question was, if this passes the way the motion is stated as of right now, this is just to prepare an agreement. It does not give staff the ability to execute or sign it, correct? It has to come back to council for a vote to authorize execution and signature, correct?
Right, the agreement will just be brought back to council to take action on at a later time.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Denton?
Yeah, I just can't understand. I mean, I know it's a risk, and so is life. We have no guarantees. None of us have a guarantee we're going to get up in the morning. I feel like this is an opportunity. We've met the Bowmans. They have, when I first heard about this, I expressed to Charlie that I felt like the Bowmans should come halfway with us, and they have done that. And I had some concerns. They have answered and gone beyond that. So I guess I just want to see Hopewell grow. Yes, we might need more children in our schools, but that's going to mean more income coming into our city. We have a chance to grow. We have a river right here, and we're not using it. Here is an opportunity for us to use what we've got here. We've got a company that wants to come in, and they believe in this project. I believe in this project, and I don't know how I can tell you, all of my years right here in Hopewell, I just feel like this is a way I would like for my legacy to be that Hopewell grew. We went through this project. It succeeded. And Hopewell is something else other than an industrial city. We have such an opportunity here. And I just hate to see us not take advantage of this. And I just hope you all really think long and hard what a possibility we have. And we need to support the city of Hopewell. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Bennett had to step away to use the restroom, so she asked me to take over. I believe Councilor Gore, your hand was next, and then it was Councilor Pelham.
Councilor Pelham can go before me. I already spoke once, so I'll do my second time after everybody else speaks first. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Pelham.
Yeah, I can appreciate all the comments, but I think at some point in our council's lives, and it's not a personality contest, we all like the Bowmans. They're stand-up guys and developers, contractors, builders, what have you. But at some point, as a counselor, you know, you're elected to look out for your tax base with your citizens. And if you're guided by them and they're for this, the few that I spoke with were not. So I have to go with, because they happen to agree with my feeling of not giving away a platinum parachute instead of a golden one. I just can't support it this time. I think it's sometime, as I said previously, my granddaughter will be 55 years old in 35 years. Therefore, I believe that she'll come back and live here, work somewhere near here if she doesn't live in Hopewell, as long as I'm here. And I don't want to put that tax burden on her and her peers. For the future, we won't even be here, probably. I hope I will, but if I'm not, I'm not going to leave that debt on them and other citizens that live in this city right now who have paid their due diligence. We give away a lot and try to make deals, but at some point, developers like green and they like their profit. We have to keep our tax base down so our citizens won't have to have a tax increase. Because if something goes wrong, that's what's going to happen, is the burden of all those taxes and debt will come on them, you and I, and all our citizens. And I don't think they deserve that. I think they deserve better streets, better infrastructure, and development does that, but companies make money. They get all kind of breaks, grants from the government. They get corporate welfare, just like the mom on DSS. And I think at some point you gotta balance that so that companies take care of their bottom line, get some profit, but don't get the maximum profit and leave it in the hands of the citizens to take up the brunt if everything doesn't pan out, if all the assumptions don't come to fruition, if all the ifs and that don't come to fruition. Again, it's not burdened by the taxpayer. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Bennett just messaged me back. Mayor Bennett, the next person to speak was Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parton. Councilor Gore?
Yes, ma'am. This is my second time. So just for point of clarity, for if this passes again, and this is to draft an agreement, would the prior two contracts be reviewed again to look at some areas that we can tighten up on in terms of questions asked regarding some liabilities and reassurances for the city? And I guess that will go to the city attorney and Mr. Dane.
I'll take a stab just to say you can place anything in the agreement. We can negotiate it with the Bowmans. And if it alters something prior, this is altering something prior. So, you know, if you want to place something in there, we can discuss it.
Oh, no. I'm not asking if I want to place, I'm asking when the attorney drafts this agreement, what part of her review go back and look at the two that were done before her to see if there's areas that we can address based off of some of the feedback and questions heard thus far, there seems to be areas that we can tighten up the terms.
Mayor Bennett, may I answer?
Yes, please.
It was not my intent to use this as an opportunity to rewrite or to patch up any holes that exist in those earlier agreements. I would rely on the information that's contained in that recommendation for draft. And my process usually is to send it to the client to review to determine if additional terms should be addressed. If there are some that they don't raise and I know are probably advisable to protect the city's interest, I will probably just kind of raise those and say, okay, we haven't addressed that. Do you have a problem with this particular language? But that's the extent to which I will be looking to the substance of the assume that council and administration are the proper sort of forces for addressing the substance of the deal. I just want the form to be appropriate and that the choices don't legally put the city at a.
Ms. Gore, I would just add that if you have a concern with the specific section or sections of the original agreement, just bring them to Mr. Altman's or my attention, and we will sit down and talk to the Bowmans. They've been very cooperative throughout this whole process. They want to get this right too, and they want to move forward with this project. If there's something that's not consequential, but it tightens up something you're worried about, I would suspect they'd be happy to make the change. So anything that you have that's a concern, if you could raise that with us, we would be happy to address that with the Bowmans.
Sorry, okay. So then to close out my comments, since this is not to execute, and my constituents are on the fence, I will, agree to have something drafted so long as some of my concerns can be considered. I still need definitive clarity on this whole buyback thing, what that number would potentially look like if we were to do a reversion, because it still is not clear. We're hearing two different things. And that is a very big consideration if we're going to pay 1 million versus 400,000. And in regards to my concerns about the project overall, we voted to approve this 2 years ago. And so, and I said then when we gave the extension for financing that I wouldn't support any other requests because I felt like the deal should have been organized in a way before it came to us that we didn't feel like we would have to keep addressing financial issues. And I get the whole thing with COVID, I understand, but prior to that, we gave 2 extensions already. Now this is the ask for funds, even though it may not be funds directly out of our account, it's still funds. The other concern that I have is there is no reassurance about the future billings. And I understand everything is a risk, I get that. However, kind of to what Councilor Parton said, in particular, like let's just take Anchor Point, Cameron's Landing as an example. Eagle Cove, I should say. I'm sitting here fighting with residents in regards to getting their roads paved because the development agreement said that the developer didn't have to pave the roads until they finish the project. Well, here we are, project's still not done and their roads are not paved. These are the types of things that happen if people start projects and don't complete them. And there's the issue regarding, the purchase of the land that's needed to finish this whole project. There's options, but the land isn't purchased for some of this other stuff. And so I don't feel confident, but I just need to have some more clarity and see if some other concessions can be made. But then also in particular to the projections, I would like to see that data. I didn't ask you, Mr. Dane, prior to, but I want to see that data where this $2 million is coming from. And so in short, I would say I am very much so on the fence. I'm leaning no, but in the event that I can share with my constituents that I did everything to feel comfortable, then I will support, drafting of an agreement so long as I can share other concerns. And if and when this passes and it comes back to us, ultimately my vote will be to approve it or deny it. And then I can stand on that. So that's just where I am right now.
Well, we can certainly discuss those items, Ms. Gore. One of the items you brought up was, what if they don't build additional buildings? There's terms in there that if they don't build the additional buildings within a certain time, those properties get subdivided off and revert back to the city. They can't sit on them forever. And we could then market them to somebody else. We don't lose the control over that long term. The development agreement gives them specific times in which they have to complete all that. But we can address all that. We can, if you could email me what concerns you have, we can certainly talk about them with the Bowmans and also talk with the attorney and see what we can tighten up.
But also, like, even 7 years to build the first building, that would be 9 years into the total project. We started this 2 years ago. They haven't broken ground. I mean, the more I keep talking about it, I'm pushing myself closer to the no. So I probably don't need to ask any more questions, because quite frankly, I have no issues with them personally at all. I think they're fabulous people, very kind, and have all, been very respectful. But I just have too many reservations. But on behalf of the constituents that have messaged me on both sides, I'm just going to be honest. I am leaning no, but in the sense that it can potentially address some of my concerns by having more time to look at this in the agreement, then I can support that.
Well, I'll get with the attorney and get clarity on the issue of the buyback, because I know that's the biggest issue that you're dealing with. And I can ask the Bowmans to give us a little better detailed accounting of what the invested dollars are at this point. They have guesstimated it's in the million range, but we could get probably a more finite number so you can make a informed decision.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Denton? Councilor Denton, your hand's raised?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councilor Holloway, you're dialed in. Is there anything you'd like to say, or you have a comment, question?
Oh, well, I've spoken with constituents and they are not leaning towards this project, so I will not be voting for it.
Thank you. Roll call, please. I see it. Councilor Gore, did you raise your hand again?
No.
Okay, Ms. Best, roll call, please.
You're on mute.
My apologies. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Councilor Gore. Councilor Gore. You're on mute, Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Councilor Pelham, so you have 3 yeses and 2 nos. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 unanswered.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes,
I
Pelham.
mean, no, I mean, no, no, no.
No. Okay, so
I couldn't
4
find-
yeses, 3 nos.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chip Bowman and Mr. Ed Bowman, for your time.
Mayor Bennett, thank you for your support.
At this time, I would like to move to the last item, which is Councilor Gore.
Yes, council discussed matter that may require action with the creative workforce board. So I'm just seeking support to pay a disallowed cost of approximately $3,148, but I'll just say $50 up to that amount, and based on the terms that we discussed in closed session. I don't want to state those publicly.
Okay, can you restate the motion? Or did you
Yeah,
make the motion?
I'll state it clearer. To
Okay.
support a payment of a potential disallowed cost for the Creative Workforce Board up to $3,150 based on the terms discussed in closed session.
Second. Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Mayor Bennett. I see no hands for discussion. Roll call, please.
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Ms. Bessie,
Counselor Randolph, Counselor Randolph, Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, you have 6 yes and 1 unanswered.
thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Thank you.